Thursday night, the Cubs started another post-All-Star surge with a 5-run fifth inning to come back against the Cardinals. Today, Game 2 of the series, and 5-time All-Star Jon Lester starts his second half on NBC Sports Chicago. From beautiful Wrigley Field and a huge crowd expected today, we're set for Cubs baseball on NBC Sports Chicago. Game 2 of a 5-game series to open up the second half as the Cubs look for win number 5 in a row. Cubs and Cardinals coming up. Great to have you with us, Jim Deshaies and Len Kasper. We are rested and ready to go here for the second half. We jump right back in. The Cubs will play 12 times over the next 11 days, and 8 of the 12 will be against the Cardinals. This should be fun.
Yeah, obviously an important time of the season for the Cardinals as they try to regroup after the firing of their manager, Mike Matheny. Cubs have 18 of their first 26 in the second half here in their home ballpark, so a chance to really get some separation within the division.
And a good start last night. The Cubs were able to come from behind. They've done that a lot this year, and it was all about the fifth inning, which has been a really good inning for this offense.
Yeah, 31st time they've come from behind to lead Major League Baseball. 5 in the fifth last night. That's oftentimes a rallying cry in the dugout. The 5th time this year they've scored 5 or more in the 5th inning. The big inning's been a big part of their offense. Nice to see the guys really swinging well. Sometimes after the break, after a little bit of a delay, the bats are a little bit rusty. Obviously, that was not the case last night. Ian Happ tapped it off with a home run, his 12th.
Yeah, no Almora, no Contreras, no Baez in the lineup, but the guys filling in all did great work, including Victor Caratini from the 8th spot. So today, Jon Lester takes the ball. He did not pitch Tuesday in the All-Star game. He loves pitching at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, that 1.98 ERA in his home ballpark, that's 5th best in Major League Baseball, 3rd best in the National League. The Cubs are 16-3 in his 19 starts. They've won the last 9 times he's gone to the mound.
And he's always been good against the Cardinals, including 3 postseason starts in his career. So Brandon Morrow back on the DL for the second time. The Cubs were in the market for relief pitching no matter what. A little more urgency now, and they made a move last night to bring in a pretty versatile veteran right-hander.
Yeah, Jesse Chavez has been around a long time, came up with the Pirates years ago, originally drafted by the Cubs but not signed. He's pitched for a lot of different clubs, 8, I believe, at the Major League level. He's worked as a starter, as a bullpen guy. You said it, versatility is really key when you talk about Jesse Chavez. They gave up left-handed minor leaguer Tyler Thomas to acquire the veteran righty.
And the Cubs expect Chavez to be here tomorrow for the day-night doubleheader. When we come back, Kelly will chat with the All-Star Wilson Contreras as we get you set for Cubs baseball here on NBC Sports Chicago. Slovakia, and the United States in a tournament this weekend in Indiana, and they're enjoying Cubs baseball here at Wrigley Field. Wilson Contreras homered on the first pitch he saw in the All-Star game, and Kelly Kroll asked him about his experience.
Incredible. It was an incredible experience. I'm sure my happiness with my mom and dad, my wife, and I think that means a lot to me. I mean the world, and I think a lot of people get to know Wilson Contreras off the field. So that's one good thing.
I think there's a lot of people at home that saw that home run leave the park and watched you take your trip around the bases. Describe that moment one more time for everyone who was watching it, feeling like, "Where's the smile? I know he's going to break stride and smile."
You know, when I was on that circle, this guy are throwing flames, so try to hit the ball. You know, like just don't try to do too much. And I'm glad that I was able to put the batter on the ball, but once I hit it, I knew it was gone. So when I was running the bases, I say I did it. But you know what? I just staying keep it calm. But when I was turning the third, I realized that I was running too fast. So I say slow it down, enjoy your time, enjoy your moment, because this kind of moments might come to your life once, and I enjoyed the most that I could.
Very emotional moment. And you also mentioned it wouldn't be too shabby to have a guy like Max Scherzer around all the time. You liked catching him, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean he get so into it. He's really high energy. He's like me. He's a completely winner. And since we start like warming up, he got me going. Like I was super excited. I was super anxious to start the game. So that was an incredible experience, especially with a guy that had won three times Cy Young.
I think of Mad Max and Killer, and that just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that would be cool if it happens again. You know, like I mean, like I said, I wish I could have him in the team, but I mean everyone has a different destination. So I'm glad that I get to spend time with him.
Absolutely. Well, here you are. Second half begins. Nice win for the guys last night. The guy starting for you guys today, speaking of All-Stars, has been really good this year. What do you think has been the difference for Jon Lester this season?
I think the angle, the fastball command have been there all year. Way different than last year. The last year it started off and then it got on and then on and off. But this year he's still on and working a hand in the count against really good hitters. I think that's the big difference between last year and this year.
All right, and last but certainly not least, Wilson, Kyle Hendricks actually went as far last night as to say he thinks this offense might be even better this year than it was in 2016, just because of how you're doing it in different ways. Do you see that in a way?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of contact guy, powers guy, speed, and we have everything on the team. So I think because we won 2016 the World Series, I'm not gonna say we're better, but we wanna be there. We can be there again. So I think this second half is gonna mean a lot to us. We have to keep working hard, keep grinding, and won many games we can to make the postseason first.
Good stuff from Wilson Contreras as we get set for the Cardinals and the Cubs. We'll send it down to the field for today's national anthem with Wayne Messmer.
At this time, please remain standing and join Wayne Messmer as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
2 of 5 this weekend between the Cubs and Cardinals. And once again, you will see Anthony Rizzo leading things off for the Northsiders after having gone 2 for 4, 2 RBI and 2 doubles last night against the Redbirds. And Madden, as he often does, will put a guy in that leadoff spot to jumpstart things. And he wanted to get Rizzo out of that slump in early July, and it has been working. Rizzo hitting .328 in his career from the leadoff spot. And he'll tell you he's the best leadoff hitter of all time. But as far as how long Joe Madden will leave him up there, well, here's what he had to say.
I don't know. It's he came up again in crucial moments yesterday. He looks really good out there. I don't know is my exact answer. I'm kind of liking it. Him and KB. Now KB, starting if he gets on a little bit of a roll too. Those two guys together, and then what I really have always found interesting is contact. I know people want homers, and I love homers too, but like Jason Hayward with the contact yesterday, Zobrist with the contact in the 3-4 hole, because these two guys, Riz and KB, are so high on base percentage. I know it could work the other way because so is Zobrist, and to this point Jason too. But I like guys moving the baseball, especially with runners on base. I mean, and of course, double play becomes a part of that, and it's always a concern. But it's just like it's almost a backward way of doing this right now, and I'm finding fascinating. So I'm just going to let it play for just a little bit, see where it takes us.
You heard Joe mention the contact, and the Cubs getting a lot of that right now. Take a look at some of the numbers in the National League. They're tops in runs per game, batting average, and on-base percentage, and slugging percentage third in the National League. Getting it done in a lot of different ways, being very aggressive on the base paths. And, hey, they did that last night without Javier Baez, who is back in the lineup this afternoon. The Cubs All-Stars return to the lineup. Wilson Contreras, fresh off his first ever Midsummer Classic. It's sure to be a good one. The Cubs and the Cardinals coming your way on NBC Sports Chicago.
who encourages you to experience amazing. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, who invites you to go further in their fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Southwest Airlines, low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency.
So far, so good. Got some dark clouds in the area, and we may get some rain throughout the day, but we're going to try to play through it as the Cubs and Cardinals will try to get 4 games in here over the next 3 days. And in fact, these two teams will play twice before the rest of baseball resumes after the All-Star break. Everything else is later tonight. Hey, Xfinity X1 customers, say show me the Chicago Cubs into your X1 voice remote and get live team stats on your TV. Change the way you experience TV with Xfinity X1. And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Farmers Cooperative Telephone Company in Tama County, Iowa. And also welcome to those viewers watching coast to coast on MLB Network, Sportsnet Canada, British Telecom Sports, and on the Armed Forces Network. I didn't mean to make you nervous, JD.
It's a lot of viewers, Len.
We have a lot.
I hope everybody's enjoying their day. What's today? Friday?
Today is Friday.
Yeah. Always feels like a Saturday with the Friday day game here. As Len mentioned, there is a weather in the area, and this is, boy, with the doubleheader tomorrow. And even though you're rested coming out of the break, so that's good. You got a lot of fresh arms in the bullpen. But potential rain delays here today, double dip tomorrow. That could create a very ugly situation with pitching staffs for both these clubs.
Well, we have an extra minute. Let's check out Lowe's whole team together. The Cubs have the best record in the National League, and considering how well they have played after the break under Joe Maddon, you break it down, 50-25 in 2015, 50-23 2 years ago, 49-25 last year, so they're winning 2 out of every 3 post All-Star break.
Yeah, he does such a nice job of resting his guys early in the year. He talks about it often. There are certain situations where he might be tempted to use a certain reliever or press a starter a little bit deeper, but he backs off, says no, we got to be fresh for all 162, and it has paid dividends.
So the Cubs take the field behind 5-time All-Star John Lester. And the Cardinals Southwest starting lineup written out by their new manager on an interim basis. He will finish out the season, Mike Shildt. Matt Carpenter has been red hot here over the last couple of months. We'll have the numbers to support that later. Yadier Molina had a 4-hit night last night, tying his career high. Paul DeJong missed 45 games with a broken hand. Marcelo Zuna will clean up and play left. Jed Jerko is at third. Good numbers against the Cubs this year and against Lester in his career. And some guys who've struggled: Colton Wong, Dexter Fowler, Tommy Pham 6 through 8, with the pitcher Flaherty batting 9th.
Cubs afield on this fine afternoon, set up this way. Kyle Schwarber will play left field. Albert Almora Jr. is in center. Jason Hayward in right. Bryant, Russell, Baez, Rizzo third to first. Wilson Contreras is behind the plate. And the Lexus Experience Amazing starting pitcher has been nothing short of amazing. John Lester out there for the 20th time. He's 112, lost 2, 2.58 earned run average, is 4th best in the National League. And he's going to come after the Cardinal hitters with a mix that looks like this: fastball, mostly sinkers, but also 4-seamers, cutter, curve, changeup. Really goes east and west really well. The curveball, changeup, using that a little bit more this year, and it's been very effective for him. Lifetime against the Cardinals, including the postseason, he has made 20 starts. He is 9-5 with a 2.15 earned run average.
Your umpires today: that's Ben May back of the plate, Lance Barksdale at first, Will Little at second, and Ted Barrett, the crew chief, at third. No Kerwin Danley today. We have not heard why, but he did take a foul ball off the mask last night, and we certainly hope he is okay. We're underway as Carpenter takes a strike from Lester to get us started. Keep the ball down today. Southwest wind at 15. Fouled back by Carpenter.
Yeah, he got off to a very sluggish start, but you see what he's done over the last 55 games.
Old Dominion bringing his best. He homered last night. One big change so far under their new manager is Yadier Molina batting second for the third consecutive game. So he's on deck. 1-2 the count on Carpenter.
So not really buying into the idea of having speed at the top of the batting order, but with Carpenter, you got a guy with power, tremendous on base skills. So you look at Carpenter on one side, Rizzo batting leadoff in recent days for the Cubs. Two very dangerous leadoff guys. And I think that's underrated. You know, we talk about the stereotypical leadoff guy. You want on base skills. You want, preferably a guy that can run a little bit. But having a guy in the top spot with power just changes the dynamic a little bit for a starting pitcher, especially in the very first inning, right? You're just trying to settle in out there. If you make a big mistake, the guy might hit one out of the yard on you.
2-2 foul. And John will try it again. He had an enjoyable time at the All-Star game with his family, because he started on Sunday in San Diego. He was not available to pitch. So a cloudy day, lights are on, the threat of rain. Getting started on time is huge. Big left-hander to the plate. I thought he had him. And they said no.
This is a battle of wills here. Lester rarely throws the ball over the heart of the plate, and Carpenter rarely chases pitches out of the zone. So not surprising to see the count run full here.
To try, and a high fly ball to right, way back, and it is gone. Middle of the video board and right. For Matt Carpenter, who has now hit 3 leadoff home runs in the Cardinals' last 4 games.
Over the years, Lester has had Carpenter's number, but of late Carpenter's starting to exact some revenge. And so we talked about the battle, and this time the ball is left over the heart of the plate, and Carpenter jumps all over it. So he lays off the borderline pitch and then gets one to his liking, belt high, and unloads.
That is a new Cardinal single season record, 6 leadoff home runs. He had been in a tie with himself from 3 years ago. Lou Brock twice had 5 in a season. Ray Lankford in 1994. It's his 21st career leadoff homer. That ties Brock's Cardinal record.
John's done a nice job keeping the ball in the ballpark this year. Now, early in the year here, the wind was the ballpark played very pitcher friendly. Cold weather, wind blowing in a lot. That may change in the second half. It's just the 14th home run John has allowed.
Curve strike to the 9-time All-Star Yadier Molina. Injury replacement for Buster Posey this year, with an All-Star 9 of the last 10 seasons. And he softly rolls one to Bryant, who's got time, and that's out number 1. Cardinals, JD, last night had 15 hits. They scored 6 runs, but they made 3 errors defensively. They had some base running issues. And, it sounded like a slugfest. 9-6 Cubs, 28 combined hits. But really, that game felt like it came down to some of the little things the Cubs did and the Cardinals did not.
Yeah. Some physical errors, a couple mental mistakes.
Young committed 2 errors. And swings and misses. Young missed 45 games with a left hand fracture. He's 2 for 22 against Cubs pitching this season.
A lot of swing and miss, but plenty of power for DeYoung.
In the air, deep left center, but it is playable for Almora. Well, you hold your breath on just about anything in the air, especially from anyone who has a modicum of power.
And sometimes it's not the balls that leave the ballpark that get your attention as a pitcher, because a lot of times those are really squared up, but it's when you induce weak contact and you see your outfielder drift and drift and drift and finally haul it in just a couple of steps in front of the wall that you say, oh my.
By the way, I think that's the first time I've broken out the word modicum on a broadcast. I
Good.
hope you enjoyed it.
Good work.
Thank you. Ozuna with 2 outs. Got jammed, and Bryant will cut it off. Chris has a new glove over there at third, and worked well here these last couple of days. Leadoff homer Carpenter. Cubs coming up when we come back. Lineup put up a 9 spot, another comeback win last night. Rizzo remains in the leadoff spot for now, and you see why at that right side graphic. Bryant, Hayward, Baez 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the All-Stars back-to-back in the lineup. Contreras 5th. Kyle Schwarber still a little sore after the home run derby at 55 home runs that night. Almora in center, Russell the shortstop, Lester the pitcher.
Cardinals defensively, they've committed 80 errors, most in the National League. Ozuna, Pham, Fowler in the outfield. Kirko, DeYoung, Wong, Carpenter third to first. Yadier Molina, I mentioned, a 9-time All-Star. He's an 8-time Gold Glover. He's behind the dish, and out there on the mound, our let's just experience amazing starting pitcher for the Cardinals is young Jack Flaherty, just 22 years of age. Has made 14 starts, a losing record, but he's pitched well, 324 earned run average.
Rizzo pulls one foul.
So what does Mr. Flaherty feature? 6'4", 225, fastball 57% of the time. Slider's a big swing and miss pitch for him. They'll also mix in curveballs and occasionally a changeup. Hitter's mostly concerned with that fastball slider combination.
Fouled away. The leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot, and if Rizzo gets a hit here, the chances are good based on his recent work from the leadoff spot. Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. I have those numbers. Leading off a game for the Cubs. First batter, he's 9 for 16, 2 doubles, including one last night, 4 home runs, 2 walks. That is a .632 on base average.
He's going to work from behind here.
1 and 2.
And chase the changeup, and like we mentioned with Carpenter, with Rizzo, it's a different dynamic when you've got a slugger leading off the game. As a pitcher, the put you on your heels a little bit. Allows you to be a little defensive, pitch away from contact.
Just missed outside. By the way, I am told by the locals it is Tama County, Iowa. So thank you for that. Great to have you with us today. Want to get it right. The Young over on the right side of the bag at second now. And Rizzo just got hit, so a painful reach. And on base to start the game yet again.
Also, lead off traffic here. Let's watch Flaherty tries to bury this cutter down and in. With Anthony crowding the plate the way he does, there's always a risk. But look at it. Before he even turns around, he's setting up the double play, talking to his middle infielders. I got you, me and you. He's like, he's going to turn this negative into a positive.
'50th Cub to be hit by a pitch this season. Bryant went around. According to Lance Barksdale at first, he's hit in all 5 games since coming back from the disabled list. Fouled back to the top of the screen. And it's 0-2.
Flaherty can reach 96 with his 4-seam fastball. We saw sinker at 90, then elevated heat at 94. A young kid with pretty good touch. First round pick in 2014.
But off the outside. 1-2.
And certainly a spotlight now on the likes of Flaherty and Weaver, some of the young starters. Walk on the DL. Wainwright's still on the disabled list.
Cardinals president of baseball operations, John Mozeliak, he's got some big decisions to make here over the next couple of weeks. Knocked down by Molina. Got this big stretch of games here against the Cubs. If it does not go well, does he go into sell mode? And if he does, how deep into sell mode does he go? Is Carlos Martinez in the conversation? Somebody like that? I'm guessing it would take an incredible offer to even consider.
When's the last time the Cardinals have played that game?
Right.
We've been in sell mode.
Ground ball to third. Late adjustment by Jerko. They will turn it. So Bryant, who, as we've talked about over the years, doesn't ground into many double plays. He's done it a few times here lately. And that was a nice play by Jerko. It looked like that ball may have changed directions on him. And it's a 5-4-3, 2 outs.
Yeah, it looked to me like he got caught a little bit in between trying to play it on the backhand side or getting in front of it. He opted for the latter, was able to do so. The ball sharply hit. And they're able to turn it into the around the horn double play.
2 outs, nobody on. Jason Hayward had a big game last night. 3 hits, knocked in 2, stole his first base of the season, scored twice. And he hooks a grounder foul.
Get over curveball, pretty good action on that pitch, and that's when you'll see 76, 77, 78. The slider's more 83 to 85.
You asked when's the last time the Cardinals went into sell mode. Well, when was the last time they fired a manager during the season? And the answer to that is 1995.
Joe Torre, right?
Yep.
Mike Jorgensen became the interim, and then they hired Tony La Russa.
Since 1981, they have had 4 full-time managers. And as Hayward swings and misses. So think about that. We'll tell you who those guys are when we come back. 1-0 St. Louis after an inning.
Title. The tickets are still available for the 4-game set with the Diamondbacks, which begins Monday night. And plan now to get the seats you want. Cubs.com.
Well, the Cardinals since '81 have had some interim managers along the way, but basically it's gone Herzog to Torre to La Russa to Matheny. They've had a lot of stability in that position. 1-0 on Jed Jerko. Cardinals 1-1 under Mike Shildt. 2 balls, no strikes. First 2 below the zone. Missed again.
This is typically what you see from John, picking away bottom of the zone, both sides of the plate. Every now and then elevated. He may be less inclined to do so today with the wind blowing out.
That's a strike. So left sleeve, the Cardinals honoring the late Hall of Famer Red Schoendienst. Worn number 2. Fouled out of play off to the right. Full count. Now tied for the NL lead with 12 wins. Has not lost to an NL team all year. Both losses coming against Cleveland. As Jerko takes the leadoff walk.
Comes the dilemma on a day like today for a pitcher. When you fall behind in the count, are you willing to give in and risk damage, or do you continue to try to make your pitch? And obviously it depends on who's in the batter's box, how aggressive you're going to be in those hitters' counts. Jerko's dangerous. Long's left-handed.
Two hits, 2 knocked in last night. And the Cardinals' second baseman. And he bunts foul. Joe may be wondering if that ball came back up and hit him.
Yeah, maybe after he left the box. Maybe asking Ben May to see if he could get a little help from some of his mates.
I think he's good.
Yeah, I don't think he got him. But he's going to go ahead and check to see if anybody saw it differently.
It may have come back up and hit the bat, but I think he was still in the box.
I didn't see anything. I can't see from out there now. Okay. You got anything, Ted? No, I got nothing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's go with that. Wouldn't you like to see the umpires after scrum like this put all their hands in the middle? Go. Break.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. I'm going to get real low and flip this coin. You guys block everybody's view.
So 1 strike on Colton Wong. Once again, back to Lester. And the underhand flip is just in time. He's got the bounce throw now in his repertoire, but felt he was close enough to do the underhand toss.
Yeah, you could almost see the wheels turning in John trying to make up his mind what he was going to do here, whether he was going to bounce it over or go for the underhand flip. Just in time to nab Wong. This is a smart play by Wong. One, you get the runner over, but clearly you got a guy in the mound in John Lester who's not comfortable making that play, so you got a chance that there could be a misplay. And with a really good bunt, you got a chance to just get yourself a bunt single.
Former Cub Dexter Fowler, 0 for 5 last night. Huge sequence in that game. Cardinals were leading 3-1 in the 5th. They had the bases loaded with 2 outs. Brian Dunsing came in, went 3-0 on Fowler. In that at bat, Dexter hit a line shot down the right field line. It was barely foul. If it's fair, it probably clears the bases and makes it a 6-1 game. Dunsing got him to ground out. It was the only batter Brian faced, and he got the win as the Cubs came back and scored 5. That's going to score a run into the left field corner. So Fowler, with just his 5th hit, batting right-handed this season, makes it 2-0.
Yeah, 4 out of 46 prior to that one. That's an .087 batting average from the right side. But good swing here. Got a cutter up and not in enough.
Get out of here. Greeting from Javier Baez.
And I get that's obviously the teammates are great buddies, but as a pitcher that would drive me nuts. Don't be having fun out here when I just gave up an RBI double.
Tommy Pham takes low. Fowler back to the bag. Pham 5 for 6 over his last 2 games, following an 0 for 20 skid. And John working behind in the count again.
Cardinals pretty much right at league average in runs per game, 4.41. League average is 4.40. They hit the long ball. They've hit 121 of them now, with Carpenter going deep today. That's 4th best in the NL. This ball last night.
Kyle had to work really hard. 113 pitches, 4 2/3, but he kept his team in the game. There's another base hit. And Fowler around third will score. And it's 3-0. Cardinals keep on hitting. As I mentioned, they had a big night last night with 15 hits.
You're trying to throw that curveball towards his back foot, and he just did not execute the pitch.
Well, the pitcher Flaherty would certainly like a win today going into his big annual fundraiser tonight. Third annual Never Quit Goes Country. Outside for a ball. So John and Farah Lester will be joined by Cubs players and coaches. At Joe's Bar on Weed Street. Go to Cubs.com/NVRQT for more information and for tickets. Might still be a few available for tonight. Rizzo to Baez, and they got him. Both outs have been sacked bunts here in the second inning.
Beautiful execution there by Flaherty. No option for Rizzo but first base, and that sets the table for a red-hot Carpenter here. Wasn't there a mention of a surprise guest at this event?
John tweeted that there's a great surprise guest tonight that he could not divulge. So it sounds like it's going to be pretty great.
Here comes the rain.
Yeah, and the fans in the lower bowl are scattering for a cover. The word we have is that it might rain a fair amount today, but not for very long. We might get 10 or 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there. We don't expect it to rain all day, so hopefully we can get through these types of patches.
Intermittent showers with the chance of a thunderstorm.
Inside for a ball. Yeah, and I don't know if you've been to Joe's Bar. It's a great music venue, and we'll have a great time tonight and raising money to help pediatric cancer research.
No, I've not. I've driven by Joe's
great.
Bar. I've never stopped in.
Fouled away. You want the good news?
Yep.
The Cubs are down 3-0, but they are the only team in baseball that has a winning mark when the other team scores first. 26 and 24. And they give up the first run of the game.
That's remarkable. Yeah. I've known managers in the past to use the sacrifice in the first inning with the sole intent of getting that first run on the board because the stats lean so heavily in favor of the team that scores first.
That was Jim Leland's thing back with the Pirates in the early 90s. High fly, deep right. Carpenter's done it again. Basically been the hottest guy, not only on the Cardinals, maybe in the league here lately, and he's homered twice in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, well, you know, early in the year, Carpenter was really struggling. Paul Goldschmidt, there was a lot of reports about the demise of Goldschmidt. Really good players that are still in their prime are likely to turn things around.
Ford home run replay. He got all of it.
Yeah, this again looks like trying to go down and away with a cutter, and he just sticks his nose in there. It would be reasonable to expect a little regression from John in the second half. He's been so good in the first half, and look at some of the underlying numbers. Batting average balls in play, some of those things kind of tilted in his favor.
Next on the Cubs. Brought to you by AARP. Surpassed the 200 hit mark with his 4 last night. Typically, though, that list will be best players on the teams in your division with the unbalanced schedule. Two-two, and it's full. Rain has almost stopped.
Guy's not buying it. Lynn has been good against John in his career, 13 out of 39. 1 home run in those 13 hits.
Molina draws the walk. Here comes Jim Hickey for a visit before Paul DeYoung bats. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. 12:05 and 6:15. Another day game on Sunday. And the Cubs welcome in the Diamondbacks for 4 starting Monday night.
Yeah, so obviously pretty interesting stretch of schedules. We'll see the Diamondbacks for the first time. You got the double dip tomorrow. Got a lot of Cardinals coming up. And John's got to find a way to right the ship here so he can hang in this game and give the Cubs some innings.
Fly to the warning track in left center, his first time up. Grab the outside corner for strike 1. Shallow right, and it'll get down. That was just a little Texas leaguer off the end of the bat.
Yeah, certainly nothing to be proud of, but effective for DeYoung. As a rookie last year, hit 25 home runs. So everybody getting a turn here for the Cardinals in the second.
This has been very un-John Lester-like this year. We mentioned only 2 losses, both coming to Cleveland. Last 9 starts 8-0. Cubs have won 11 of his previous 12. 4th in the league in ERA. Battling it here early on this afternoon. 1-0 on Marcell Ozuna. Inside, 3-0. John's feeling like he can't get any of the borderline calls either. And the bases are loaded.
Basically, let's get a fresh start with the next guy pitch there on 3-0. Not a competitive pitch. Just let's move on and see if we can get the jump on Jerko, as opposed to throwing a cookie to Ozuna there in a dangerous count. mound visit charged as Anthony goes in to have a word with John.
Yeah, if anything has been tweaked in terms of how teams handle the mound visits, I think they're starting to use them a lot earlier and more often, because they tend not to get even close to using all 6. And there's a point on a day like this where if you don't use them early, it's not going to matter later anyway.
Yeah, you don't go into the clubhouse having been beat 10-3 going, well, at least we saved our mound visits.
Jerko started the inning with a walk. 1-1.
Good pitch there. Got to find a way, and it's kind of like a golfer who's out there kind of spraying it around, and you're hoping you find that release point and make a couple good pitches and it clicks and you can kind of stay there for a while.
Popped him up. It's Baez. Cardinals get 4. 10 men come to the plate in the second.
Off for the Cubs here in the second, try to get something going, fresh off his first ever Midsummer Classic, and nobody on that stage was more happy for him than the guy behind the plate for the Cardinals today, Yadier Molina, who calls him his little brother, he told me, and he said he's so happy for him. Of course, the two played together for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. And Molina told me before the Home Run Derby, guys, they actually were sitting together there at Nats Park, taking in a packed house, and he looked at him and said, look how far we've come. These two guys, he said, grew up with nothing on the table, and they earned a spot here amongst the best in the game. And so a lot of high praise from Yadier Molina on the guy he calls Little Bro.
Thank you, Kelly. And he was first pitch swinging and singled in the National League. And takes a fastball off the outside corner, went 1 for 3. What a cool moment. So Chris Sale has given up the hit to Tobias and gave up the home run to Bryant, right? A couple years ago.
Oh, that's right. Same approach. First pitch swing.
See it swing.
It's an approach that has worked very well for Baez. His last 26 games, he's batting .376.
1-2 to Baez, who also participated in the Home Run Derby the night before.
He hit the longest one, right?
Yes, he did. I think 479.
So that's something. Schwarber hit the most. Javi hit the furthest.
How about you hit 55 home runs in one night? You don't win the competition. It was Harper's to win, wasn't it? It didn't look like he was going to, and then he homered like 9 times in 40-some seconds.
Yeah.
Crazy. 3-2 on Baez.
How about that? First Cub with a leadoff home run, or leadoff hit, excuse me, in the All-Star game since Stan Hack.
Swing and a miss. For strike 3. High-speed action is powered by Xfinity. So Contreras was the first player to homer on the first pitch of his career, and the first pitch he saw in an All-Star game. That one off Blake Snell. So he continues to hit homers off American League pitchers. Foul strike on him. 10 home runs in the All-Star game combined.
Yeah, that was modern day baseball in a nutshell, wasn't it? A bunch of strikeouts.
Did I see
a lot of home runs?
More or about half the plate appearances ended in 3 true outcomes style. Deep left. Ozuna will watch it go. Second pitch back from the break. And Wilson has number 8 on the year. Cubs on the board.
Yeah, expect to see a spike in his power numbers in the second half of the year. And all the work has been good for a good while now. The 21 last year. This is number 8 this season. The Ford home run replay. He goes down and lifts it on out of here, and the comeback could be on. Nice play.
Cubs catchers having a huge series. First strike to Schwarber. Victor Caratini with 3 for 3 with a walk, an RBI, and 3 runs last night. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
To answer your question, I do not know the statistic exactly how many of those at bats ended in strikeout, walk, or home run, but a lot.
I think it was about half.
And I think somebody I also saw a note where 5% of all All-Star game home runs all time were hit in that game.
Rocket mortgage breakdown as Schwarber is out on strikes. 55, I think the second most in Derby history. And, I think Bryce Harper and his dad, they move things along a little bit. You're not supposed to throw the pitch till the ball lands, and some people were upset about that, but it's an exhibition basically, and I think when the hometown guy wins it, at least in his home ballpark. Kyle, I thought, handled it as graciously as possible. One on Albert Almora Jr., his first start since coming back from the family medical emergency leave list. One and two.
A little bobble there by Flaherty at the end of his delivery. A little mud in his spikes. He should be fresh. Last pitched on the 14th, and he only threw 69 pitches. There were a couple of rain delays, so he went 5 innings. His previous start, 2 1/3, only threw 69 pitches in that game as well. This is his first ever appearance here at Wrigley. We saw him in St. Louis earlier this year, and he was effective with 5 shutout innings.
Loaded in the left center for a base hit. Started the day 3rd in the NL in batting average. So that'll go up after a 2nd inning base hit. Now Addison Russell. A strike on a fastball. Well, it was on this date, 1969. Hall of Famer Ron Santo hits a home run in Game 2 of a doubleheader in Philadelphia. The fans stand and cheer as he rounds the bases. Gets to the dugout, says to his teammates, "I really appreciate these fans cheering me. They respect good baseball." To which Glenn Beckert said, "Hey, Roomie, it's not you. Check out the scoreboard. We just landed on the moon."
Yeah, I was in Montreal. I was in Montreal for Expos Mets double dip that day. These Philly fans have a bad reputation.
Ozuna makes the catch. Cubs get a run on the Contreras home run, and it was all about the long ball Monday night. Kyle Schwarber and Javier Baez. 5-1 St. Louis after 2.
Riders are back at Wrigley Field this month for 2 shows. Tickets are still available, especially for Monday night show on July 30th. Go to Cubs.com/concerts to get your tickets.
Cardinals have scored in each of the first 2 innings. Matt Carpenter has homered in each of the first 2 frames. It'll be Wong, Fowler, and Pham here in the 3rd. Bryant playing in at 3rd base. A strike called. Cloudy day, occasional rain, wind blowing out.
Leadoff home run Carpenter in the 1st, leadoff walk Jerko in the 2nd. Could use a quick, efficient 3rd here. Gaylord Perry also homered on that same day that Ronnie Santo did, July 20th, 1969, and it was Earlier the year, I guess the year before, that Alvin Dark, his manager, told sports writers that we'll put a man on the moon before Gaylord Perry hits a home run.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and the home run came some 20 minutes after they got word in the clubhouse that
so he was right.
Yep.
Three-two. Bryant backs up. Playing toward the off field, in the outfield. And this will get out of play off of third. Big crowd today, over 41,000 last night. And you'd expect the crowds to be right around that number all weekend long. Base hit to start the third. And Wong's going to try for two. And he's just in. Good throw by Almora. Wong thinking double out of the box, and that's what he ended up with.
Yeah, towards the alley there in right center. Almora leaves his feet to cut it off, but quickly gets up, and the throw, although not particularly strong, is right on the money. And Wong just ahead of the tag. So, the leadoff man that John has to contend with. I think he didn't blow out on his guard there.
Fowler takes a little high. So all kinds of stories came out after Mike Matheny was relieved of his duties last weekend. Prior to that, reports out there about a rift between manager and player, Matheny and Fowler, in terms of the communication or lack thereof. And the president, John Mozeliak, had made some critical comments about Fowler, and then clarified and said it's more about the team in general. Bounce to third. That'll keep Wong at second. And Fowler is out. I don't think there was necessarily, JD, one reason why the Cardinals made the move they did. I think the clubhouse issues were certainly a part of it. The fact that they've been kind of behind the Cubs and the Brewers here the last couple of years. That's unfamiliar territory for them. There were questions about the bullpen usage of Matheny. The offense, as you said, just kind of middling. They thought they would be a lot better. Just the biggest surprise was that they had so much stability, and they had a winning record when they made the move.
Yeah, and I think that's, if you're the guy, if you're John Mozeliak or Bill DeWitt, and you're making that decision, sometimes you have to make that decision regardless of the one-loss record. What's the culture in our clubhouse? How are we going to get better going forward with the current mix? And clearly they determined that it was time to make a change. You think back, remember last year the little Molina Matheny thing, when Mike tried to arrest him, and Molina, if the manager doesn't have issues in his clubhouse, the player probably doesn't come out publicly and tweet that or whatever. I can't remember if it was a tweet or just a quote where Molina said, "I'll let him know when I'm tired." If there's a real good relationship there, I'm guessing that doesn't get put out there. And I say that cautiously, I guess, but that was my sense at the time.
Right, outside looking in, as Wong is back in safely. You had the Bud Norris, Jordan Hicks story where Norris was kind of hard on Hicks, but saying that it was kind of the tough love approach. Matheny publicly backed the veteran. And I would say probably in general, to kind of back up your point, when teams are being asked about their clubhouse culture, that in and of itself is probably an issue, right? Whether it's bad or not.
Right.
If it's getting out there that it's a problem, then that's something they have to.
Yeah, and it usually comes when a team is really struggling. A team that's way below expectations, and there's a lot of finger pointing going on. It's his fault. It's his fault. We don't like the manager. Or, you see these players-only meetings start to bubble up.
Got him looking. Number 2. That was John's first strikeout today.
Trying to throw a backdoor cutter. It looks like he got a big chunk of home plate. Fan clearly looking for something else. Couldn't pull the trigger.
Foul strike. Mike Shilt's story pretty interesting. Never played pro ball. That is rare for a big league manager or coach. He did play collegiately. Had 8 years of minor league managerial experience before he became Mike Matheny's bench coach. Second year on the big league staff. North Carolina Asheville alum. Bounce to third. Bryant's got it. Throw, but Rizzo able to dig it out. So Lester, after giving up the leadoff double, does not allow a run in the third. It's 5-1 St. Louis. NBCSportsChicago.com, presented by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Go to jeffvuk.com or follow him on social media. Nationwide is on your side. As you enjoy the cold Miller Lite, look forward to the hold true moment later in today's game. JD, I hope you had a great All-Star break. It was restful.
It was a little quiet, and put the feet up and chilled for a while. Had some quality time with the family.
Some great weather here in Chicago. Flaherty with a 5-1 lead is going to work to Lester, Rizzo, and Bryant.
Did you do anything exciting over the break?
Very little. Just being at home, you know.
Yeah.
We travel so much, and it's just nice to be at home on a couple of summer days and nights. And I watched a lot more of the Derby and the All-Star game than I typically would. I was was interested in seeing how Schwarber and Baez would do Monday in particular.
I did the same. I normally find that home run derby to be kind of a tedious affair. But I think the format has been tweaked, and it was fun.
Ate too much, but what else is new?
Well, that's what we always do around the holidays. It's a baseball holiday.
Lester will bat for the first time. Five hits on the year, including a home run, the second of his career. And takes a strike.
Flaherty well decorated coming out of high school. USA Today second team All USA. He had signed a letter of intent to play at the University of North Carolina. Opted to sign with the Cardinals out of Harvard Westlake High School. He was teammates of Lucas Giolito and Max Fried. His first round picks in 2012. It's quite a program they've got.
Yeah. 1-2. He was a Cardinals minor league pitcher of the year last year. He's got a pitcher's build, 6'4", 225. Nasty curveball to get him.
This Monday, that would be the 23rd, Cubs D-backs first pitch will take place at 7:05, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans receive a Javier Baez bobblehead presented by Garrett Popcorn Shops. Good seats still available. Cubs.com, and get the seats you want. So, I mean, you look at the resumes of all of these guys, see what they did in high school and college, and there's going to be eye-popping numbers. Flaherty, his high school career was 35-3. His final 2 years, he was 23-0 with a 0.63 earned run average. And they played some pretty good high school baseball out there. It's not like he was doing that out, up in Halifax or somewhere.
Right. Two and one on Rizzo. Weird to see Anthony hit right behind the pitcher, but that's where he's been. For the first time through the order.
Yeah, and as long as the Cubs are scoring runs and winning games, Joe's not likely to shake it up, but to go into a little bit of a funk. Maybe even just lose one game. Rearrange things.
Hit by a pitch in the first inning. And he draws a walk this time.
See, and that's what allows Joe to do it. Obviously, the on-base skills for Anthony are really good. Same for KB behind him. If you didn't have Hayward having a good year, Baez doing as much damage as he is doing. Contreras been swinging the bat well for a while now, so that allows Joe to mess around a little bit and put Rizzo at the top of the order. Again, this is a daunting proposition when you come out of that dugout to start a ball game and you're facing Rizzo Bryant 1-2.
One out base runner. Long pause at the set. tip. 1-1. Manny Machado expected to make his Dodger debut tonight in Milwaukee. Big series in DC starting tonight. Braves and Nationals. Nationals went 48 and 48 in the first half. And a half game behind Philadelphia atop the East.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Nationals situation. They don't have to overcome one club, but two.
Looks like Machado will get his wish to play short. That's going to create a little crowded outfield, right, for the Dodgers. Chris Taylor can move around a little bit, but you want him on the field as much as possible.
Okay, Hernandez.
I guess it's a good problem to have for Dave Roberts.
Yeah, there's always, it's always a tough situation, the dynamic in the clubhouse for a team like that. Just about everybody in that club very excited, no doubt, to get Machado, but there are guys whose playing time will be cut into because of that acquisition.
All the way. That is not the only big story going into that series. The other involves some old tweets, some very offensive tweets from All-Star reliever Josh Hader of the Brewers. That story came out All-Star night. And so there's been a process of a public apology. He's got to apologize to his teammates. He's going to have to deal with a lot of stuff on the road. So how will that affect not only him but his team?
I think the team will be fine. The players are really good at compartmentalizing things. It's going to be an issue for him for sure. We're going with sensitivity training.
Yep, and it'll be mandated. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trail 5-1 here in the third. That's grounded foul.
So clubs talk to their players all the time, and sure coming up through the minor leagues and maybe the big leagues in spring training. And the use of social media, no doubt, comes up, and the players are. I think clubs want players to be engaging with the fans, want them to be out there, but no doubt want them to be very careful. And so the next phase will and go back and look and see what you have tweeted in the past. Just really gross, nasty stuff.
Just inside. Good battle here. Yeah, it is a fine line, and
some guys just, I don't want any part of it because I don't want to misstep and say something that, I mean, clearly his were obviously there was no nuance there. It was really ugly stuff. But I think there are other guys that say something in jest that may get misinterpreted, or maybe they just don't understand the consequences of saying certain things. So I think some guys are of the mind, like, I just don't want to deal with it. I'm just not going to do it.
How aggressive does Joe want to be here? Trailing by 4. 3-2, 1 out. And Cardinals wondering 2.
KB bounced in a double play last time, so that's the consideration here. What's the most likely outcome here? Ball in play on the ground, swing and miss.
hit on a 3-2. So both Rizzo and Bryant have been hit. Mike Maddox, a Cardinal pitching coach, heading out.
Cooks that two-seamer. KB wears it and takes his base.
There's a pat on the shoulder from Mike Maddox.
Well, you're talking about balls in play. Take a look at your scorecard. KB bounced into double play. Amora single, Russell through to left. Everything else has been walk, strikeout, hit batter, or home run.
So that's 11 batters, 3 balls in play. Didn't leave the yard.
Jason's been very good with runners on base this year. A lot of breaking stuff last time. Elevated heater to get started here. I think Molina would try to keep the fastball in, then spin breaking balls down. Fastball's middle away. Jason's done a real nice job riding that pitch into left and left center. Flaherty right now not pitching like a guy who has a 4-run lead in the 3rd inning. It's like pitching like a guy who's got a 1-run lead in the 7th.
Really cautious and deliberate.
Overthrowing, and you see Molina with his hands trying to settle him down a little bit. Easy, easy.
Favorable count for Hayward. As Flaherty offers, and he missed again.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you can flip pretty quickly with men on base from, I'm going to get you out to, boy, I hope you get yourself out here.
Cubs don't have a hit here in the 3rd. 3-1. Pitch away from having the bases loaded with Javier Baez coming up. Already with 19 home runs. Wind blowing out. Already back in it. Some 2 huge hits to knock in runs last night.
Get back into this count Flaherty did with a couple of sliders, backdoor slider, and then one over the heart of the plate on 3-1.
And foul.
Curveball he was featuring last time to Hayward down. Ended up striking him out. The challenge for Molina here, any catcher in this situation, you may have an idea of what you think the best pitch is to finish off the at-bat, but you have to feel comfortable that the guy on the mound can execute the pitch.
Cracked his bat, and Jason fouled that off himself. Well, it's fortunate that would have been a double play to end the inning for sure. Of his right foot, it appeared.
Well, after 3-0 slider, 3-1 slider, 3-2 curveball. It's hard to feel comfortable trying to cheat and get the head out on a fastball. So he got absolutely eaten up inside by that heater. Unfortunately, stays alive to fight for another pitch.
Really only 2 of the pitches in this entire sequence have been in the zone. In terms of our graphic.
He's clamoring for a little action here.
Pitch number 9 will happen at some point. Another 3-2.
Swing mode here, expanding the zone with late action on that cutter. One of the keys for Hayward this year, and it's been a remarkable turnaround, is aggressive early, hunting fastballs middle away and driving them the other way. Early on, he went the longest time at the beginning of the year without a base hit off anything spin, any kind of a breaking pitch. But he was wearing out fastballs.
Flaherty really laboring here in the 3rd. And that's
good work.
Second baseman, Javier Baez.
Flaherty drew up this inning. He struck out Lester to start it, but then walked Rizzo, hit Bryant, and walked Hayward. And the tying run is at the plate.
He has pulled the driver out of the bag.
Never know, but it feels like if he doesn't swing in this at bat, he's probably going to see 4 balls before he sees 3 strikes. But
I think the breaking ball, the slider strike is the big pitch here. If he leaves a little spinner in the zone, he's going to hit it a mile.
It was in, but he got a real good pass at it and banged it off the mask of Molina. Like a big spot, and it's only the 3rd inning. Cubs were down 5-0. Contreras homered in the 2nd. Now they've got the bases loaded in the 3rd with 1 out. Swing and a miss.
Good action on those fastballs in. So Molina doing a nice job kind of crossing up the scouting report a little bit. So many times see pitchers go slider off the plate to Baez, but he's going fastballs in. I think he would go mask high heater here or finally try that breaking ball off the plate.
4 were out of the zone.
Good work by Molina there. Nursing his young right-hander through that dangerous confrontation. The fastball's in, set up the slider away, and he executed the pitch.
It's Mike Myers up in the Cardinal pen. Swing and a miss. And a fastball.
Well, chance to be a hero here for Wilson Contreras. Pick up his fellow all-star mates.
Now going back to that Baez at bat, we talk so much about command and the ability to throw strikes, but also the ability to pitch out of the zone. And against a guy like Baez, you have to be able to do that, and Flaherty was able to execute.
Yeah, you can't panic with the bases loaded and just start throwing the ball over the heart of the plate, especially against a free swinger.
Swing and a miss. StatCast AI is powered by AWS. A home run by Contreras. A bullet to left to get the Cubs on the board.
Awfully good.
Pat Tabler.
Yeah. A line drive to right center would play nicely here. Good with 2 strikes. Hangs in there. So this is where you got to fight the anxiety, right? Bases loaded, big situation down 4. You want to do something big, but sometimes you have to give in to the situation. You're down in the count, 2 strikes now. Perhaps a more modest approach.
Take 1 and 2. Flaherty finds a way out of it. Cubs loaded him up with 1 out without a hit, but do not score. And it's 5-1 St. Louis after 3. brought to you by T-Mobile. It has been a huge series already for Matt Carpenter. He has homered 3 times, including twice today. And here he comes again. All right, you ready for this?
Yes.
So I just mentioned Pat Tabler.
Yep.
Whenever we see gaudy numbers in terms of a batting average with the bases loaded, my default guy is our buddy Pat. We're still broadcasting with the Blue Jays, right?
I believe so, yeah.
His career average with the bases loaded, 489. He ranks second among all hitters since 1974. An average with the bases loaded. Care to take a guess who's number 1? Minimum 60 plate appearances.
60 plate appearances with the bases loaded.
The average for this player is 524.
Still active?
Yes.
In the ballpark today.
Maybe.
This guy?
Matt Carpenter. So maybe I have to, instead of just defaulting to Pat Tabler, I have to say Matt Carpenter. 22 for 42. Drives one out in the deep left. Schwarber can't get it. And Carpenter has another extra base hit. That's a double.
A bit of a misread there by Kyle. Just didn't see it well off the bat, or the wind got him a little bit, but I think a very efficient route toward this one. It was not going to be an easy play, but you see how he cuts across and then has to belly out. And John was able to pitch around a leadoff double last inning. A little tougher here as the Cardinals have 2, 3, 4 coming up.
Pitch to Molina, misses outside, 4-1. Cardinals have won 5 of the first 9 in the season series. Cubs won last night, coming from behind 9-6.
I got a question for you. Didn't our chairs used to have arms?
Yes, they did.
What happened? Somebody came in during the break and took the arms off our chairs?
I think I need to text Jessica Mendoza. Did she and A-Rod steal our arms of our chairs?
What is the deal? Could never have too many arms.
Matty V took my arms. Three and one.
Yeah, Molina, pretty good manipulator of the bat. You know, he may be thinking, trying to emphasize right side to advance Carpenter here. Now 3-1. He's probably thinking more in terms of doing some damage. His approach has always been gap to gap, but every now and then he'll try to ambush. He'll open up and try to spin on one.
Molina walks again. That kind of day for John. So he'll have to deal with DeYoung with 2 men on and nobody out.
Yeah, this game could have flipped as the Cubs had the bases loaded last inning, but didn't do anything with it. And now the Cardinals with a chance to extend their lead.
Conversation with Jose Oquendo, their third base coach. One thing I saw yesterday, with Mike Shildt now managing the Cardinals, should he be ejected from a game, Oquendo will manage. The bench coach is Ron Pop Warner, so he'll remain bench coach, and they'll shuffle the coaching staff if Shildt gets the thumb. And I think he really has to at some point fairly soon, because in order to really join the fraternity of major league managers, you got to get ejected. That's kind of a benchmark moment.
It's tougher to do now with replay. Back in the day, there could be a bang play at first base and you could run out there and lose your mind and get ejected. So let's take a look. Kendo chatting with DeYoung prior to the bat, and again now as the Cubs meet on the mound.
Anthony Bass is up in the Cubs bullpen.
Book your summer getaway today to Chicago or DC and let us do the planning for you. Cubs Destinations travel packages include tickets, hotel accommodations, ballpark tours, Cubs swag, and a private meet and greet with a current player. For more information, visit Cubs.com/destinations.
Two 2-0 on the Illinois native, Paul DeYoung. As for Antioch, he homered in his first major league plate appearance in Colorado last year on May 28th. And was the runner-up to Cody Bellinger in the Rookie of the Year balloting. Illinois State for college, 4th round pick 2015. There's Bass. Anthony activated off the DL yesterday and pitched last night.
Young had the green light there on 3-0, and ideally you would prefer, if you're going to give the guy the green light, that you just look for a pitch right in his sweet spot. I don't know exactly what his sweet spot is, but I doubt that it's down around the knees, the bottom of the knees, where that 3-0 pitch was. It was a potential double play ball.
Two foul. Curveball was up in the zone.
Yeah, it's been a battle for John. The command of the breaking pitch has been not there for him today. Command of everything has been off. That's his game. He's not going to throw it by at 95.
Cubs were able to keep their top two starters on normal rest as they flip-flop Hendricks and Lester last weekend in San Diego. Everybody else starting tomorrow will pitch on extra rest. That's generally the case right after the break for most teams. Managers and pitching coaches like the extra rest. Sometimes the starting pitcher himself does not, and the bases are loaded. So double, walk. And a critical point here for John Lester, and that will be it for him. So it's going to be a short day for the All-Star as Joe Maddon is out to the mound. And it will be Anthony Bass to face Marcell Ozuna when we come back to Wrigley Field. Chicago starting at 5 with live coverage of the opening ceremonies, followed by a special on-location edition of Sports Talk Live. You can also stream it all on NBCSportsChicago.com. And now for the BioFreeze call to the pen. Official external pain relief for the Chicago Cubs. Anthony Bass has done some nice work.
Yeah, indeed he has. 15 appearances after being called up on June 11th. A lot of run in the ball game last night. And that has been really something. He's walked just one guy in 15 1/3. Fastball slider split, throwing harder than he ever has, averaging better than 94 miles per hour.
Tough spot. Bases loaded, nobody out. A foul strike on Ozuna. Anthony missed time on the DL due to illness. And activated prior to last night's game. Shortest start of the season for Lester.
He's chasing that double play ball with those sinkers. Find a way to get Ozuna to hit that ball on top of the ball to the right side of the infield. That would play nicely. He has got a ground ball rate better than 50%, does Bass. So he's the right man for the job here. We need to get a couple outs and clean up this inning.
1-2. Obviously, John will not be happy with his performance, but if anybody has earned a mulligan, so to speak, it's John Lester. It's only the second time in his 20 starts that he hasn't completed 5 innings. And it's been nothing short of brilliant. So the Cubs will rely on bullpen and hopefully an offense that has proven in the past to get back into games. If they can do it again today.
Yeah, that's why the Cubs have won so many games coming from behind. 31 of them, most in baseball. The bullpen has been so good. They've kept them in games like this. And they've been able to score a lot of runs against opposing bullpens. 7th inning on, the Cubs have outscored their opposition by a huge margin.
Two. It's full on Ozuna. Cardinals have had a really nice, patient approach in this series. Six runs on 15 hits last night. A lot of deep counts today and a base hit. They'll go station to station as Carpenter scores, and it's 6-1. Still nobody out.
Got his ground ball, but it was hit about 100 miles per hour in the hole. .110 to be exact. So Zuna, the overall numbers not great, but he hits the ball hard.
One on Jerko.
These guys would have been teammates back in San Diego.
Yeah. Jerko nearly lost his helmet on that violent swing.
He was trying to get that low ball in the air.
Good snag by Contreras. Those pitches that bounce in front of home plate. And I think, yeah, that was a fastball. Those are tough to Corral. (3-1) hit foul. Wayne State against West Virginia here. As Jerko draws the walk, and that'll force in another run. These runs now being charged to Lester.
Well, and like we talked about with John, hoping to get more length out of John, and then you start to wonder about your bullpen too, and how heavily do you go to the pen with the doubleheader coming tomorrow. Now they'll get to call up an extra man for the double dip.
Yeah, the guess here is that it'll be Jesse Chavez joining the roster, and then the Cubs would have to make
That's right, Jesse
a
comes
move
tomorrow,
for
yeah.
Sunday. And ball one to Colton Wong.
Cardinals today have 10 guys in their bullpen. Miles Michaelis is on the paternity leave, so
He'll be
he's in
back
the roster
Sunday.
spot where they can augment the pen.
2-0. Still no outs, 2 runs in. And the Cubs are nearing that territory where quantity will overtake quality. Not quite there yet. It's a 6-run game, wind blowing out. The Cubs offense can score runs in bunches, but this inning could really blow up here. 3-0. And what I mean by quantity versus quality, there will be a breaking point where Joe is just going to try to get innings and outs. And save his group for tomorrow.
Right, so you can do it a couple of ways. You can use a number of guys and ask little of them so they don't throw that many pitches and keep as many guys fresh as possible, or you can lean on one guy to carry a big part of the load.
He walks another, so that'll close the book on Lester. And 3 of the 8 runs allowed came after he was out of the game.
Bass's control has been so good. We noted there in our graphic he'd only walked 1 guy coming into this outing. He's having a hard time finding the zone, and Joe's going to try another option.
He's got James Norwood available for his Wrigley Field debut. And that comes up after the break, 8-1. Chicago, presented by Chick-fil-A. Join David DeJesus, Ozzie Guillen, and Leila Rahimi as they break down the biggest stories surrounding the Cubs and White Sox. Monday at 6:30 on NBC Sports Chicago. Kyle Freese called to the pen. James Norwood will make his 4th major league appearance and first ever here at Wrigley Field.
Norwood, who played his college ball in St. Louis at St. Louis University. And when he faced the Cardinals, he grew up in the Bronx. You see his numbers in just 3 appearances.
Dexter Fowler batting. He hit a grand slam here in Chicago earlier this month at the White Sox, and takes a strike.
Norwood spent the bulk of the year down at Double-A, and then was called up to Triple-A Iowa, combining for a 2.13 ERA there. 38 innings, 44 strikeouts. Good life on a heater. Mid to upper 90s. Slider and a split finger pitch. Kyle Hendricks did not make it through 5 last night. John goes 3 today. Starters have had their issues for sure. Ooh, good try. Lester obviously having an outstanding year. Quintana, it's been a pretty good stretch of solid work for him. Kyle still searching, and obviously the big questions, Darvish with the health and Chatwood with the command.
Another 3-ball count. 4 walks here in the inning, a double and a single. A little more rain, very lightly falling. Pulled foul. I don't think Joe would necessarily employ the strategy used by Torey Lovullo recently. He used Daniel Descalso to pitch right in the 4th inning in Colorado. And Alex Avila finished the game on the mound, and they pitched well. Fly ball out into left center. Ozuna will tag and score. Everybody tagging is more fired to the plate.
Yeah, you can't throw that ball to home plate.
Fowler with a sac fly. And it's 9-1.
Got to throw that ball either to second base or low toward third base. Maybe have a shot there, but more importantly, keep that back runner from advancing and keep the double play in order.
So 2nd and 3rd for Pham. Well, think about how the tone of this game has changed. In the last half inning, the top of the 3rd, or rather the bottom of the 3rd, the Cubs had the bases loaded, and the tying run at the plate, Javier Baez. Flaherty struck out Baez and Contreras to get out of the inning. And the Cardinals have responded with 4 of their own. Infield in, 2-0. Maybe the game will get rained out.
That's what I was thinking.
Wishful thinking. Base hit. And it'll be 11-1. 2-run single, Tommy Pham. A little multi-hit performance for him.
John Lester's final line today: 3 innings, 7 hits, 8 runs. They were all earned. He walked 5, struck out 1, 86 pitches. The ERA jumps up to 3.14. Anthony Bass did not retire a man, charged with 3 runs on 1 hit, a couple of walks.
And raining a lot harder. Weather kind of matching the mood of the faithful here at Wrigley Field. Contreras.
Let's bang this thing. That's enough. Somebody's going to get hurt out there playing in these conditions. Start from scratch.
Contreras tweaked that right hand. 1 ball, no strikes on the pitcher, Flaherty. You ever have a manager tell a team to make outs quickly to get through 5?
Yeah, the minor leagues used to do that. I remember that happening.
I always felt that was just a legend that never really came to pass.
I don't remember that it ever.
You just gotta play, right?
That I knew that guys were necessarily making outs on purpose. They might have been swinging early. Maybe not necessarily making outs on purpose.
It's a great excuse after a rollover double play ball. I did it on purpose, guys, trying to get through 5.
Being a team player.
Three and 2 on the pitcher. Called strike 3. That's out number 2. Batting around for the second time today, and here's Carpenter.
Ten total bases for him already today.
He got off to a dismal start. His batting average was under 200 in late May. He now has 18 homers in his last 47 games.
See that uppercut swing. He's the guy when he first came into the league was more of a line drive hitter. He's learned to lift the ball. He's hit for a lot more power as his career has evolved.
Foul ball. And the Cardinals will want to know, did it hit Rizzo's glove? And if it did, was it in fair territory? I'm not convinced it did.
Yeah, and they can't challenge us either, right?
Because
it's before
right,
the
they
bag.
can. It was in front of Lance Barksdale. Yeah, this is not challengeable. Good call, JD.
Yeah,
they're looking,
they're
but I don't
looking
think
at it
matters.
anyway, but I don't think they could challenge it.
Carpenter's waiting and pointing into the dugout. Well, he wants to do something with his bat, and Ben May is telling the Cardinals you can't challenge it anyway. Begging doesn't help as much as it used to. Another ball blasted by Matt Carpenter. Well, the throw will be late. Pham is in. It's 12-1. 2 homers, 2 doubles, 4 RBIs for Carpenter.
Yeah, and you could see why early in the year when he was struggling, people were starting to question what's going on with Matt Carpenter. He's 32 years of age, so it's not uncommon for a player to go into a decline. But clearly, it's just a matter of time before Carpenter was able to get things turned around.
Inside to Molina.
If it was a boxing match, you might throw in the towel. Can't do that in baseball. You got to play them all.
To Molina, and starting to intensify.
2 home run, 2 double day for Carpenter. First Cardinal to do that since Ryan Ludwig in 2009.
We're only in the 4th, so depending on how Mike Schilt wants to play it, Carpenter might get 2 or 3 more plate appearances. As Russell will get Molina a 7-run 4th inning, and it's all Cardinals today. 12-1.
Score. It's 12-1 Cardinals. That's the bat here in the bottom of the 4th. This Tuesday, Cubs play the Diamondbacks. First pitch will take place at 7:05, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans receive a 1980s Cubs replica away jersey presented by Benjamin Moore. A good selection of tickets are still available for this one. Cubs.com to get your tickets.
We are really, really close to a delay. There's a lot of shine on the infield dirt. And like Schilt and Mike Maddox came out. I don't know if they'll do any work on the mound or not, but stop for the time being. Another 30 seconds of a downpour and we would be in a delay. St. Louis, bottom 4. And the pitch to Kyle Schwarber. He is in there for a strike. That's Ozuna keeping his feet moving, and he makes the grab. The wind has died down a bit. And we'll bring up Almora, who's 1 for 1. A strike. Now 0-2.
Bottom of the third took 23 minutes. There was not a ball put in play. Strikeout, walk, hit batter, walk, strikeout, strikeout. He's had a lot of downtime in the dugout between innings today.
Just missed the corner. And it's 1-2. Got him that time. No argument from Albert. Flaherty, second career start, third career appearance against the Cubs, has only allowed 1 earned run. Combined, that was a homer to Contreras in the second today. And here's Russell. Cut and a miss. Got away from Flaherty. Who do you have your money on today? I've got. I'm going to take Tommy La Stella in the position player pitcher pool. Maybe Ian Happ.
Yeah, I like Tommy.
And the thing about playing at home is you got to cover the 9th inning as well. Bounce to first. Carpenter will glove. The Cubs go quietly in the 4th. All St. Louis here in game 2 of the series. first Cubs Authentic Fan Night. Watch the Cubs entertain the Diamondbacks. Visit the Authentic Fan booth inside the Gallagher Way gate. Grab a free jersey while supplies last.
It's an interesting term, isn't it?
What's that?
They're going to entertain the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. I can throw that in there every once in a while. Jordan Hicks working on the bullpen window.
Screen there, yeah. There's a little debris.
I guess they can see out. We can't see in. The napkin doesn't work quite as well.
Trying to wash it down here.
Well, trying to have some fun on a rainy day with the home team down big as DeYoung will lead it off against James Norwood here in the 5th inning.
So you were talking about the Nationals Braves. Steven Strasburg, I think, is due to start that ball game tonight, coming back from the disabled list. They've also activated Ryan Zimmerman.
Foul.
Orioles have designated Chris Tillman for assignment.
Two and two. Cubs last night acquired Jesse Chavez from Texas. Pitching out of the bullpen with the Rangers, but made 21 starts last year for the Angels as Bryant retires DeYoung. So some versatility. He certainly can give you more than 3 outs. And he's been around the block a few times. Really good story, too. I mean, the Cubs drafted him 39th round, did not sign. And ultimately a 42nd round draft pick. So he was not a blue chip prospect by any stretch. 11 years of major league experience.
Yeah, those 42nd rounders, well, first of all, they usually don't make it to the big leagues. And if they do, they don't normally have long careers like Chavez has.
Okay.
Fouled out of play. Kelly has more on the Cubs' new acquisition.
Well, as you guys were saying, he's been around the league for a while, and there's a number of the Cubs players who have crossed paths with him at different points. It was last night, Brandon Morrow saying they pitched together in Toronto. He's a good guy, low-key, good pitcher, and rubber arm was what he used to describe him. Someone who's very versatile, can do a lot of things for the Cubs. And also Jason Hayward in 2010 with the Braves, guys. He said, good peeps.
That means good dude, JD. And
good peeps.
Well done, Glenn. Well done.
Thank you, Kelly. Nice play by Russell. And 2 outs.
Yeah, wet infield, little hydroplane action. Gets into the midsection, he fights it off and gets the job done.
Turco has scored twice after walking. In the air to right, deep, but Hayward camped under it. Cubs needed that. A 1-2-3 fifth. And 12-1.
Wrigley Field, the Cubs offer ticket packages that include special perks for groups of 15 or more. To book your group experience, visit Cubs.com/groups.
James Norwood will make his first career appearance as a major league hitter. For 3 in the minor leagues with 3 strikeouts in his career. One and one.
All right, got him timed up. Now turn it loose.
Ground ball picked up by Wong. So put a ball in play, but unfortunately no hit for Norwood. Solid contact is a moral victory for a pitcher a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know anything about Norwood in terms of whether he's going to prove to be capable of it. The first swing looked pretty good.
Cubs did engineer that big comeback on a dismal April day against Atlanta. What, 10-2? Won the game 14-10.
Yeah, you never know. 27 outs. Play the whole game.
Certainly the comeback in and of itself significant, memorable, but the fact that it came on a day in which the game time temperature was 38 degrees and dropping, wind blowing straight in off the lake, 24 miles an hour. I felt like it was the coldest game I've ever broadcast. And I think all the players agreed it was the coldest, worst conditions they've ever played in. The best comebacks in recent memory for the Cubs.
Yeah, and that's normally a comeback like that. You would think, well, hot weather, wind blowing out, the ball just flying out of the ballpark. It was just the opposite. The problem for the Braves pitchers was each one of them, they're coming out of the bullpen, they were slipping and sliding on the mound. They couldn't grip the baseball because it was so cold. Just kept walking people.
Rizzo strikes out. And probably the most amazing part of that comeback was the fact that the Cubs didn't cash it in. Right? I mean, you're down 10-2. You're just thinking, I just want to have some coffee or hot chocolate and wrap a blanket around myself.
Well, they tend to snowball games like that, where it's 10-2 and you don't think you have any chance, and all of a sudden a couple guys get on, so you score a couple 10-4, and you start to play that mind game. Well, if this happens, then yada yada yada. That's exactly what went down. Is it Baez that cleared the bases?
Yep. Into left center. The 0-1. Bryant fouls upstairs. Two for the price of two tomorrow. Weaver and Chatwood in game one. Gant and Montgomery in game two. Just missed the outside. He held.
Ben May maintaining his integrity behind the plate, because if I were back there in a 12-1 game, I'd be ringing everybody up on anything close. He's not been pitcher friendly here today. It's not to say he's been bad. It just seems like most of the edges of the borderline ones have gone the way of the hitters.
Well, you joke about your integrity. I'm guessing if you actually had to do it, you would integritize yourself.
Yeah, because nobody wants to be bad, right? Like,
Yank foul to left.
you always want to pass the test. I remember the grinding on the eye test, you know, for your physical. Looking at that chart, FELOPZD.
Well, if you could, for a day, be a major league umpire, for me, I think I'd want to be the home plate umpire. I think it might be worse to stand out on one of the bases and then all of a sudden in the third inning be forced to make a call. I'd be looking around the ballpark, not paying attention.
Yeah.
At least you'd be right in the action, and it would be really cool to see a major league game from right behind the catcher. But then you do the Frank Drebin. Jay Johnstone would look at you, waiting for you to make a call.
That's good work there. Not giving up an AB.
2-out walk. Now Hayward.
Well, there was a clip making the rounds on Twitter from, I don't know if it was a minor league game. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Guy swung and missed. And
A
nobody
full
saw
swing.
it.
A full swing. The home plate umpire didn't call, so they checked at first base, and the first base umpire said no swing.
Has struck out and walked. Epic plate appearance in the third. They took ball 4. That loaded the bases in a 4-run game. But then Flaherty struck out Baez and Contreras. And it's been all Cardinals since.
Yeah, now the Cardinals in a position with this lopsided lead where Schilt could rest his bullpen here today, but he's not going to be able to because of the pitch count.
And I would also say when you have 10 relievers, do you really need to rest your bullpen?
No, not so much. Especially coming out of the break where you probably need to give guys a little work. Top 3 in the order last night were really good. They've been on base all day today. No hits, but walks, hit by pitches. Anthony's been on twice. KB's on twice. Hayward has walked. Now standing up there with a 3-1 count. Four and one.
Yeah, and Mike Maddox had just run over to the bullpen phone, and now he's headed to the mound to buy some time. So as much as the Cardinals would love to give him a chance to win this game, it's 12-1 in the 5th inning. They don't want him to throw 115 pitches in an effort to do so. So Luke Gregerson is cranking it up. I mentioned earlier about the former teammates having fun while as a pitcher that would bother you. Would it offend your sensibilities if a pitcher can't get through the 5th with a 12-1 lead? This is like right on a platter.
Yeah, oh yeah, it'd be maddening for him. He wouldn't sleep tonight if he doesn't make it through 5 here and qualify for the win. Sinkers in last time, then a slider away to finish Javi off. Change up, but floated up. A little backdoor cutter. Slide ball.
Outside. And it's 1-1. Yeah, he's only given up 1, but it has been far from easy for Jack Flaherty. One and two. Starting the day with their biggest lead in the division this season. 3 games ahead of Milwaukee. Cardinals 8.5 back. They're in 3rd place. Balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Baez tosses his bat aside. 2 walks, no runs in the 5th. 12-1 Cardinals. It's official now.
Has to offer for your next client, corporate, or family function. Like an all-inclusive suite experience, daily suite rentals are still available for select games throughout the season. For details, visit Cubs.com/premier.
That man got the win last night. Faced one batter, recorded a big out, and improved to 3-0 on the season. Ryan Dunsing against Colton Wong here in the 6th inning.
If he gets the win today, man, what a story we'll have.
Wong, Fowler, and Pham. As the rain has started yet again.
James Norwood today, 2 innings, a couple of hits, 1 run. It was earned. And now walking man had a strikeout. Long's had a nice day. Sack, double, walk.
Forecast models were right on it. At the 3rd time it has rained. We have not been interrupted, thankfully. Hayward and Wright to make the catch.
According to Baseball Reference, on this date in 1859, it was the first time that fans actually paid to see a baseball game.
Was it in Cincinnati?
No, it was at a racetrack on Long Island. About 1,500 folks showed up and paid 50 cents to watch New York defeat Brooklyn 22-18.
50 cents in 1859. That sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Knocked in for Fowler today. Mentioned earlier, really has struggled batting right-handed this season. Today he's 1 for 2 with an RBI double off Lester in the 2nd. Waits on a 1-2 from Dunsing, and he grounds to third. Fair. Tough play, Bryant. And Fowler reaches on what should be an infield hit.
A nice try by KB, but that'll be a knock. His second of the day. He also hit a sac fly. He would have been out in kickball.
Strike to Pham. 7 out of his last 9. After an 0 for 20. Doesn't that sum up the game of baseball these days? 0 for 20 and then 7 for 9. The cycles can be vicious and amazing, and back to back. In Pham's case,
yeah, and especially for guys who strike out a fair bit as he does, and also hit for power.
Dunsing's 1-2 and ball 2, 2-2.
If you're one of those guys who adopts the 2-strike approach, spreads out a little bit, emphasizes contact, and spray the ball around, you're less likely, I would think, to go into those prolonged slumps.
Line drive caught by Almora.
You're also less likely to hit the ball over the fence. He's feeling good about his swing, even though he made it out, getting fist bumps, good contact. That's what it's all about, the process. If you do that enough, good things are going to happen. A lot of people around the game talking about the game because there's been so much emphasis in analytics and just the way we talk about and look at the game. And there's a lot of people that kind of poo-poo the whole notion of exit velocity and launch angle. Well, exit velocity simply means hitting the ball hard. That's always been a good thing to do. It's just the verbiage has changed a little bit.
When it's quantified that way, I think that turns off some old school.
People say, I don't care about exit velocity. Well, it's an indication of how hard the ball's being hit.
And in any one instance, when a ball is crushed, you can say, well, I don't need you to tell me it was 113. But I think it's more the big picture, right? Over the course of a season, you look at a guy, well, maybe there's some bad luck going on. You might not give up on a player in terms of some at bats because he's, quote, unlucky.
Yes, I think it's more of a predictive tool than anything. Well, if he continues to hit the ball hard, and I think Ozuna is a great example of that. If he continues to hit the ball hard, in all likelihood, things are going to turn for him.
Flaherty taking the at bat does not mean he's going to continue pitching. I would guess he will not pitch the bottom of the 6th. He's on base. 2-out walk.
Cardinals have taken 8 walks today.
Carpenter, 2 homers, 2 doubles. The homers came in the first 2 innings. He just got
he did. He just missed that one.
And it's deep already, and it's gone.
Wow.
Carpenter has pulled off a Chris Bryant, right? 3 homers, 2 doubles.
Yeah, I was thinking prior to the at bat, I was thinking of KB's game in Cincinnati.
What a day. 15-1. I don't know how that ball got out. The wind is blowing out, not that hard.
Yeah, he hit it high enough, and I was just reading Jason. I thought Jason was settling under it, but he continued to drift as this ball continued to carry.
And I think Joe is going to go with a position player to pitch right now. And it's Tommy La Stella in the 6th inning. Joe does not want to use any more of his bullpen with a day-night doubleheader looming tomorrow. So we'll step aside and come back. It'll be Tommy La Stella on the mound. Tommy La Stella to Yadier Molina, and deep to center field is Almora. He leaps and makes the grab up against the vines to end the Cardinals' 6th. History made with Matt Carpenter. More on that when we come back. And Tommy La Stella getting high fives as he heads back to the dugout. 15-1. Three times in a game against the Cubs, twice by Albert Pujols. And Matt Carpenter's day is done, and the history he made even more impressive than that graphic. the second player ever to have a 3-homer, 2-double performance. The first was Chris Bryant in Cincinnati, June 27, 2016.
I don't know that I would have removed Matt Carpenter from this game. A chance to do something even more historic.
Molina now playing first base. Here's Chicago area native Luke Gregerson. Grounded foul by Wilson Contreras. Yeah, I would assume Mike Shildt asked Carpenter what he would prefer to do.
Yeah, see, that's what I wouldn't even ask, because the team guy's going to go, whatever, you know, I'm good. I would just leave him in there unless he came to me and say, hey, Skip, I'm good if you want to, you want to get Yadi off his feet, let him come play first base. And maybe that happened. I don't know, but I would give him an opportunity to swing the bat at least one more time here today.
I believe Harrison Bader is in left for Ozuna. Swing and a miss.
And his calling card, Luke Gregerson, good slider. There's Bader taking over in left.
Molina at first, Greg Garcia now at short. And Francisco Pena catching. He struck him out.
Flaherty had 9 of those in his 5 innings. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 9 punch outs for Flaherty. Looks to even his record at 4-4.
Well, it might not just be La Stella. You're probably going to need 2 position players to finish out this game. 3 innings left to cover. Comes and a bouncer in the center for a base hit. First hit of the series for Kyle, who's hit the ball hard a couple of times.
We were talking to Kyle briefly this morning about the home run derby, and there's been stories over the years how that adversely could affect your swing, and I think for the most part that's been debunked. And he said, well, just the opposite. The rhythm I got into staying behind the ball to have to lift the ball and hit it out of the ballpark is exactly what I'm trying to do as a hitter.
Moore takes low.
As he got tired, his body got tired, he emphasized using his hands more.
Couple of DL stints for Gregerson this year. Hamstring and shoulder. 2-0 on Almora. Pitch. Bounce to third. It gets away from Jerko into shallow left. Could have been a double play. Instead, it's an error on Jerko.
I feel smooth approaching that one. made 3 errors in the ball game last night.
The pitcher is on deck, La Stella. Strike to Russell. Base hit to left. Barber will stop at third. Bases loaded. What I want to know, I don't even know if Chris Campion could find this out, our associate producer today. The last time, or if it has ever happened, where a manager has gone to a position player to pitch, then his team has gotten back in the game and he's gone back to a regular pitcher.
I bet it has. Somewhere along the way.
You're down 10-1 in the 8th inning or something, and all of a sudden in the bottom of the 8th you score 8 runs. So what do you do if you're Pedro Strop and company right now? Do you sit in the bullpen just in case, or do you head back to the dugout?
No, they're hanging out. Put the feet up.
Somebody might pull a Tom Browning. Second for 1, first for 2. Cubs cannot score after loading the bases with 1 out. La Stella back to the mound in the 7th. Hold true moment. Yeah, Tommy La Stella getting Yadier Molina. And a deep fly to center. First out recorded in his first major league pitching appearance.
Well, if it ended there, he might have been able to finish his career with a 0 ERA. And maybe he still can. Ian Happ has come in to play right field. There's Victor Caratini. He's your new first sacker. Not sure if that's his heater or his changeup.
One and one on Greg Garcia.
Chris Jimenez earlier this year was called upon to pitch in a blowout situation, and he was throwing a bunch of 72s up there, and all of a sudden he reached back and he gassed one up there about 89.
One of the other side effects of extra bullpen arms on a 25-man roster is that if you have a day like this and you use a guy like Listella to pitch, now you're kind of limited in terms of giving regular position players time off. And not that they need it, considering it's only the second game back from the break, but you know, a Chris Bryant and Addison Russell, they might have to play all 9 today just because you don't have enough bench guys unless you put a pitcher out there to play a position, which Joe might do if Travis Wood were still a Cub. Deep, and it will go for Garcia. Things off the patio and right and onto Sheffield.
Not so much for that perfect ERA for Tommy.
16-1.
Yeah, don't think that these hitters don't get greedy in these situations with the position player out there on the mound. They're looking to take full advantage.
Ford home run replay. Harrison Bader playing left. He hyperextended his knee on Sunday. Says it's more of a hamstring than a knee, but back to full health.
The challenge for Listella here is mostly just don't get hurt. So don't overthrow, don't do anything to hurt your arm, and be ready to field your position. Because that soft toss up there, you're asking for a hard contact, doing something you're not used to doing. You're finishing 55 feet from home plate. You're in harm's way.
I'm not going to argue with your point about Carpenter, but I would ask more of a question. Because now the Cubs have position players pitching, does that make you more likely to support the idea of just getting Carpenter out of there instead of facing a guy throwing 60?
Maybe, but that wasn't the case at the time when he took him out.
Popped into right. Happ coming over. That ball will drop. And Bader could have gone for 2, but as they say, playing the game the right way, not rubbing it in at this point.
Yeah, for me, it was the opportunity for him to hit a 4th home run. It's only been done a few times in the history of the game.
And the fact it would be against a position player would actually support your cause.
And years from now, nobody would go back through the box going, hey, you know what? That 4th one came off Tommy Listella.
Hard on the ground, but a chance for 2. And they turn it. You know, when Tommy needs to dial up a ground ball, that's what he's good at.
Yeah, he turns it over a little bit. Rico having a tough last 10 minutes. Error, and now grounds into a double play.
Hey, Cub fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Members FDIC.
Yeah.
54 miles an hour.
He's warming to the task.
Lined into right. Also tends to happen is you get out there and you get it out and you start laughing and everyone's joking with you, and then you start giving up 2 or 3 hits and you get really competitive. And it's also where, going back to your point about you don't want him to overexert himself.
Right. Yeah, the adrenaline rushing a little bit. Heart rate is up. So just, foreign experience.
Just missed to Fowler.
What that spray chart looks like when facing 74-mile-an-hour heater. Ooh, look at that.
Season high in runs for the Cardinals today. And the second straight day in which they've put up 15 hits. Fowler in the air to right. Happ's got it. Time for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by St. Xavier University.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, country music star Kanan Smith.
Baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
Left-hander Brett Cecil in the bottom of the 7th inning. Caratini had a big night last night in the Cubs comeback win, batting in the 8th spot. He went 3 for 3 with a walk, an RBI, and 3 runs scored.
This is year number 2 for Cecil in a Cardinal uniform. Pitched 73 times for them last year. Finished with a .388 earned run average. After a long run with the Blue Jays, 09 through 16. Had some injury issues. Pitched 25 times so far this year. Was an all-star in 2013. Not that he would do it here, but he looks like he'd be susceptible to a little push bunt. And really falls off to the third base side.
Strike three. Well, let's look back on something that the Cubs and Cub fans are excited to see. First time it had ever been done. 3 homers over 2 doubles. Cincinnati a couple of years ago. And Straley took the brunt of it early.
Chris Bryant, full house. It was his alone until Carpenter did his thing today.
Carpenter, the first player to have 5 extra base hits in the first 6 innings of a game. Well, yeah, it was Chris's night for sure. After a pitch, we'll see the third homer of that night. Here's the 0-1. Right on cue as he launches one into the bleachers. Number 11.
Nice to have you back, KB. He's poised to have a big second half.
16-2.
He'll sit safely now in every game since coming off the disabled list. Thigh-high slider just demolished by Bryant. Your Ford home run replay.
And that was the 3rd homer in that game in Cincinnati 2 years ago.
Yeah, and there's so many Cub fans there. They were trying to get him to take a curtain call. And I thought it was a really classy move for a young player to realize probably not the best thing to do on the road.
A ton but foul to left. Happ with a big 2-run homer in the 5th last night. Chris Kampka found this note. Yankees hosting Detroit in August of 1968. Rocky Colavito came into pitch in the 4th inning. Yankees were down 5-0. They would rally and end up using Dooley Womack, a real pitcher. Colavito ended up winning the game. Don't know if that was the last time it happened, but it did happen. It's happened. He's in via the walk. Something he's been very good at this year.
Yeah, Jason Stark had an interesting article a while back, excuse me, about position players pitching. And it was more common back in the day to happen when there weren't blowout situations. Or, these guys were very talented athletes. I think the guys that were the really best players were still heads and shoulders above a lot of the league. Kind of years ago. Jimmy Fox is one. pitched a fair bit.
When Descalzo was used by the Diamondbacks recently in the 4th inning. It was the earliest a true position player had been used in a game since 1979. It was Sal Bando of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, look at Rocky Calavito's numbers. In 1958, he pitched one game, 3 innings scoreless for Cleveland, and then that outing you referred to in '68 for the Yankees.
Stan Musial pitched in the 1st inning against the Cubs back in 1952. Every once in a while, see strange.
Yeah, you wonder what
things in a box
going
score.
on. The game was different.
Rob Raines just tweeted La Stella, the first Cub position player to pitch versus St. Louis, as Baez just about took off Cecil's cap since Doug DeCenzo did it in 1991. A little salvage for Baez, who struck out 3 times to start the day.
Yeah, just a little something to leave the ballpark feeling a little better about himself. Mental health knock. Stayed on the breaking pitch. Almost got Cecil in the beanie.
The only other position player the Cubs have left is Ben Zobrist. Might he be on the pitching list?
I'm not so sure I buy Zoe buying into that program.
Kelly Kroll, what do you have?
Well, there's a lot of chatter down here, and you know who is lobbying very hard to get out there is Anthony Rizzo, but I don't think Madden's going to give in to that, guys, just watching the body language out here. But I think possibly maybe Caratini is a guy he could turn to, as well as maybe even an Ian Happ, just in watching some of these guys down here. But yeah, that's the guy right there that is just dying to get out on the mound.
I hope Anthony knows there's no re-entry rule. 3-0.
Let's activate Chad Noble.
Well, if Anthony could, he'd play all 9 positions. He'd be that guy. Left-handed catcher. Play short.
He had good heater in high school, right? He said he was 90 to 92.
Contreras draws the walk.
So there's been some sloppy pitching from the Cardinals here with this big lead. Flaherty struggled at times with his control. Now Cecil.
You don't expect too many visits from the pitching coach when you lead by 14, but bases loaded.
2-touchdown lead here. It's almost a lose-lose situation to be the pitcher on the winning team in a game like this, because you just, the assumption is that the game's over and everybody's just kind of going through the motions. You're supposed to put up zeros. So if you do pitch effectively, it's no big deal. And then if you go out there and give it up, kind of puts a little dent in the armor, shakes the confidence a little bit.
Schwarber takes outside. There's a strike.
Jimmy Fox, the Hall of Famer, pitched one inning in 1939, and then in 1945, at the age of 37, he pitched 9 games, including 2 starts.
Yeah, that's the irony, is you have more pitchers on a staff than ever before. And it feels like we see more position players pitching than in decades past. And one of the reasons is you chew up a lot of bullpen on a daily basis, and you don't want to waste it. And games are out of reach. Ground ball, base hit. Cubs will get a couple. Happen Baez score. 16-4.
Second hit for Schwarber, who plates a couple, now with 43 runs batted in, and it's going to make the move here.
So Mike Shildt will make the move here in the 7th inning. Cubs have scored 3 times, trail 16-4. Right-hander Matt Bowman taking over for Brett Cecil.
Bowman has had a rough go. He's 0-2 to 633. I hit around a little bit here last night. 21 1/3 innings, 26 hits, he's walked 11, struck out 24. He's a Princeton man.
So here's my question. I don't believe I've ever heard you say, now Len Kasper, he's a Marquette man.
No, that's an Ivy thing, yeah. He's a Harvard man.
You can only say that
yeah,
if you're an Ivy leaguer?
guy, yeah.
So everywhere else is you went to this school, but if you're an Ivy leaguer, you were a Harvard man.
Yes, yes.
Just clarifying.
Hendricks
now there's a Lemoyne man right there.
Hendricks is a Dartmouth man.
1-1 to Almora. Topper foul up along third.
Harmon was originally a Met. And they were pitching the big leagues for them with a few years in their minor league system. Lots of sinkers, and when he's right, a lot of ground balls. A splitter there. Tough pitch to execute. Glove side, split finger pitch. The tendency for that pitch to leak back over the plate.
Cardinals scoring 16 today, most they have put up in a single game in a decade. And the Cubs can't say they've had a bad offensive day in terms of base runners. They've had a bunch. There's been a series of offense to this point. Garcia's got a tough play to make. Safe at first is Almora on a headfirst slide, and the bases are loaded.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of the headfirst slide in terms of its effectiveness, but I love the hustle in a blowout game. Playing the game hard the whole way, and these fans really appreciate it. Game could have flipped in the third inning when the Cubs had the bases loaded and one out, and Flaherty was able to strike out Baez and Contreras back-to-back to finish off that inning. Well, the Cubs pushed 2 or 3 runs across there. Maybe the way Joe handles the bullpen changes.
Swing and a miss. And Russell. One. Didn't mean to, didn't want to at the last second, but it was too late. No two games are quite alike, but this one has been particularly unique. I know some think there are no degrees of unique. And it's dribbled foul.
Cardinals bullpen ERA 4.52, fourth highest in the National League.
That's been a problem. They've dealt with some injuries, subpar performances.
Holland was signed late. The idea that he would be their closer. He really struggled, but Norris stepped into that role and has performed pretty well. Guys working the crowd. Young Harry. Be out on Rush Street later on pounding Diet Cokes.
Double play chance. 6-4-3. Cubs get 3 in the 7th. They're trailing big 16-4. now pitch. Stella will stay in and play third. Bryant over to first. As Joel tries to find somebody to get 6 outs here. What's your scouting report?
Well, he looks like he recoils a little bit. Got a nice, easy delivery. Again, I hope he's just ready to defend himself in case something gets hit back in his direction. Trying to keep a straight face.
I think he'd be able to call his own game here, right? As a catcher.
Yeah.
He's going to follow the signs.
He just dropped the throw from Stella and it rolled on the wet grass. I wonder if he just did that on purpose so he could throw a little spitball here.
So he pitches for the first time in the big leagues, and off the inside to Tommy Pham. Pham has knocked in 3. Fouls it back out of play. Line drive and a base hit. Knocked down by Schwarber. Brings up the pitcher, Bowman.
I would think maybe the play would be to use more of an eephus pitch with Dave LaRoche lob, just to create a little funky angle as the ball comes into the hitting zone instead of just throwing straight BP.
Fastball 64 for a strike. Bowman 0 for 1. Ground ball knocked down. Kick save by Caratini, and he'll get Bowman at first.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Be ready to defend yourself. He really wasn't. He was very upright. Pitcher hitting a ground ball back at him, but if a position player hits a line drive at his chest, you'd want to be in a more prepared posture.
Cubs historian Ed Hardig reporting to Cubs media relations that they have not used 2 position players to pitch in the same game since at least 1907. So a rarity indeed. Caratini over to cover the bag. All right. Pena's out.
He's fundamentally sound. He defends his position well.
First time the Cubs have retired a hitter in that leadoff position. It was previously occupied by Matt Carpenter, who could only dream in the dugout. Could I have hit my 4th home run today off Victor Caratini?
Or maybe his 5th.
Jairo Munoz. Runner at third, 2 outs. I think the other goal here for position players in a game like today, it's kind of the way I view golf. Don't care how bad I am, just play fast.
Oh, look at that little wrinkle.
Ooh.
You threw Jairo a gyro ball. All right, now's the time to dial it up. You throw it really hard or really soft. I like it. I like the thought. He went big leg kick. He was going to try to hump up a little bit, and then he's going to go soft. All right. Let's try the ephus.
Munoz having fun with it.
Notice on our pitch cast, he's really doing a nice job working the outside part of the plate.
Staying out of his power zone.
And he's in that spot. Nobody ever wants to be in 2 strikes against a position player.
High fly out in the deep center. And it's going to go. Somebody lost a beverage. 18-4.
Got dude with the beard. Oh, got beard dumped on him, lost his hat.
Garcia homered off La Stella. I'm just going to say, has anyone ever homered off 2 different position players in the same game? Well, Garcia makes it out here, and we go to the bottom of the 8th. Cardinals a lot, Cubs not nearly as much. Bowman against La Stella. Batted as a pitcher in the 6th. Not this time, though. He's much better at the plate as a position player. And he splits the gap at left center for a double.
Approach with that 2-seam fastball sinking, moving away from him. 9 hits for the Cubs.
Garcia moves over to third. Munoz at short. Jerko at first. A strike on the switch hitting Caratini. Called third to get Caratini. Hefty home run time. Cubs have hit 2 today. Contreras in the 2nd inning. And then Bryant in the 7th.
KB's been wearing out left-handed pitchers all year long. We go early tomorrow. First pitch 12:05 for Tyler Chatwood.
Hold on the ground. Garcia's got it. Strong throw over to Jerko for the out. Horizon projected starters. Weaver Chatwood game 1. Gant Montgomery in the nightcap. Chance for Chatwood to hit the reset button after a tough first half. So Cubs will go righty lefty. Cardinals both right-handers. Jose Quintana will pitch Sunday for the Cubs against All-Star Miles Michaelis. Wilson Ramos 3 years ago homered off 2 different position players. That's surprising to know. 2-2.
He's supposed to be getting traded here, isn't he? A lot of rumors flying around.
His name has been out there, yes. That's in the left. Stella will come around and score and make it 18-5. We'll bring up Baez. Ooh, Robert brings up a great point. If Stella or Caratini, when they were pitching, had reached first base, they should have called for a jacket. That's a rare opportunity.
Yeah, you don't want to let that slip by.
Taken for a strike.
Hey, Matt Caesar is celebrating a birthday today.
How old is Matt?
Matt is 29.
He moved at AAA with the Padres. That's why we didn't see him last weekend. Baez strikes out again. It's a tough day for him, but a tough day for the Cubs in general. 18-5 as we go to the ninth. by Binny's Beverage Depot. It's got to be Matt Carpenter, second player ever to have a 3-homer, 2-double game, 5 for 5, 7 RBIs. Chris Bryant, by the way, was the first. With that line, 3 homers, 2 doubles. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. A third Cubs position player to take the mound. Bryant goes to right. Caratini back at first. And Ian Happ.
Pitcher number 7 for the Cubs today. Every one of them has allowed at least 1 run in the ball game. Kind of ironic if Happ was able to post a 0 here.
The last team to use 3 position players in a game, the Milwaukee Brewers, back in 1979, August of that year. They used Sal Bando, Jim Gantner, and Buck Martinez. Harrison Bader with a slicing drive out into the alleyway. And he'll make his way into second base with a double. Jerko pops it up. Baez will grab it.
What if you had a long hitting streak going and you had it snapped by a position player pitching?
That would not feel too good. Baez throws out Colton Wong. Leader at third, 2 outs.
Well, a lot of the folks have left, but I hope they appreciate the significance of the moment if Ian's able to keep them scoreless here this inning. We've seen the home team get thumped, but they've seen 3 position players pitch. Got to see Chris Bryant hit a home run, and Wilson Contreras.
This position player thing, pitching, we're at the point we're not even talking about his velocity and the stuff. The novelty has worn off. He's throwing harder than La Stella and Caratini. And he's going to get Fowler. Dexter 0 for 2 against position players as his struggles on the year continue. But yeah, scoreless ninth for Happ, 18-5.
He gets the game ball. couple touchdowns. Got to score quick, and then the onside kick and see if we can get another possession. Here's the veteran Greg Holland. He's pitching for the 31st time, and as we mentioned earlier, it's been a rough go for him. They brought him in hoping that he would take over as the closer, and it just has not gone well at all. An ERA just under 8, 23 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 33 hits. 19, that's a whole bunch of traffic.
Facing Wilson Contreras, 9th inning. This might end up being, time-wise, one of the longest 9-inning games the Cubs have ever played.
It feels like 7 hours.
About 10, 11 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. And a strike, 1-1.
One of those days, a 7th inning stretch, the microphone wasn't working.
Yeah.
My computer just froze up. It's like there's a big cloud over the ballpark today.
Mercury in retrograde or something. 1-2. Strike 3 called to get Contreras.
It's the 14th strikeout recorded by Cardinal pitchers here today.
Lots of history made today. Cubs using 3 position players to pitch. Matt Carpenter, the second player ever to have 3 homers and 2 doubles in a game. Chris Bryant was the first. And the 0-1 to Schwarber. Look out. I think the ball boy got hit in the chest and the upper arm, but he says he's all right. And the people behind him thanking him. Two balls, 2 strikes on Kyle Schwarber. He held, and the count is full.
Erwin Danley was the home plate umpire last night. He took a foul ball off the mask and almost went down. I'm assuming that's why he's not here today. Hopefully he's feeling okay, and if he is, he's probably feeling pretty giddy that he missed this one.
Schwarber draws the walk. 3rd straight plate appearance in which he has reached. It will bring up Almora.
See, that's the 7th walk issued by Cardinals pitching today. If I haven't missed one. To go along with 2 hit batsmen. This is a game they're winning by 13 runs.
By your rule, if they walk 10, they automatically lose.
Yeah.
Fly out to left as Bader will haul it in. That's out number 2. Russell 1 out of 4. Cubs will join their teammate John Lester tonight. They'll try to raise a ton of money for pediatric cancer research. Big charity night. Try to just forget about this one and get ready for 2 tomorrow.
That's the beautiful thing about baseball. Just put it in the rearview mirror, as Joe Madden likes to say. Wrap it up, throw it in the lake, get after it tomorrow.
What did he say about a bad loss earlier? Tie a big cement block around it and throw it in the lake.
Throw it in the lake and just let it float to the bottom.
2 strikes to Russell.
I guess it wouldn't really float to the bottom, would it? It wouldn't have to go to the bottom.
It would unfloat. A 2-strike pitch is low. Allen has a sign from Pena, the catcher. And here's his 1-2 in the air to right. Not a play, foul. Cubs and Cardinals have played a lot of baseball before the rest of the league gets going here in the second half. Early games will start in less than an hour. One hop to second base. Wong to Jerko, and the Cardinals blow out the Cubs today. 18-5 the final score. They are 2-1 under Mike Shildt. And we're not even halfway through this 5-game series.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the Cardinals, not just this weekend, but on the next road trip as well. And this one goes St. Louis's way, as we mentioned, just tie it up and throw it away. Those folks, they had a good time. They're incredible, those fans. They're super fans. They can fly, and they hung in there. Long day at the ballpark. A frustrating, well, not even frustrating, really, because there just weren't that many opportunities. It wasn't very close for very long. That's all I got.
Well, you were great. And so was Kelly and our entire NBC Sports Chicago crew here at Wrigley Field. Len Kasper with your final score. St. Louis 18, Cubs 5. We're back with you here on NBC Sports Chicago on Monday night, 6:30 for our pregame coverage as the Arizona Diamondbacks come to Chicago. Coming up next, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Post-game live.